We got to keep it short. Basically, just show your photo, say your loved one's name or your friend or whoever it might be, and then go back and then return to your seat. And then what we'll do is to make sure that we get everybody on one side before we go to the other side. What I'll do is just say
no. We're going to do the whole second row at one time, and they're all going to go that way.
Okay.
So this second row, if you're getting up, you're going to come around the front because these 5 people are not speaking. Everyone else, you're going to go straight across to the wall, come around this way, and just getting back to your seat. You use your own aisle.
We'll do one side first.
No, just the whole second row goes. The whole third row goes. The whole fourth row goes.
Okay.
Both sides one time, row by row by row. No, you won't. Everyone will be out of your way.
And then what we'll just say is the next row until we reach the point where there are no more people standing up, and then we'll be able to proceed.
David will just say, was there anyone else who
Yes.
wished to say something?
And that's going to happen right after the second gentleman speaks. That's, if you look in the programs, on the second page of the program, that is right after that, so you know when it's about to happen. It's right after the second gentleman is done speaking.
Right, and just so you know, at this moment in time, he will be coming to sit in the audience when he is done speaking. So as he comes down, let him get settled, and then we will start that next movement.
Judy starts first, right?
So Judy, you're going to wait for our friend to be sitting before you come. Okay? No, just that row. You will help them all see it because you'll see him sit. Okay? You're my helper.
So you want them to get up too then?
Yeah, but they're going to come around the front
Right. Okay.
because of this.
Once we do 1 or 2 rows, they'll get it. So
Are we practicing that right now?
we can do.
I don't think we need to.
No? Oh, that's fine.
Does anyone want to actually walk through it, or you think we're good? Raise your hand if you want to walk through it. I'm a school teacher. Great. Okay. All right. I'm the second gentleman. I'm done talking.
Go ahead, Judy.
All right, let's do the first row, please.
And then
And then-
go too. Not all of them.
Just come up.
Derry.
Hold this on. Say her name.
And then walk back.
And then go back, yeah.
Yeah, if you
Yeah,
want
let's
to,
just,
but then
let's
you
get
guys
1
are
or
going
2
to walk
rows
that
to
way.
practice, that way everybody sees what's going on. Yes, you can go right back this way.
Are you coming from up there?
Yeah, she's coming from up there.
Okay.
Okay, and then let's do the next row.
Next row up, please.
And then anybody there too.
I can do this. Okay. I can be the person.
You're much bossier than me, so it's good.
It's not bossy, it's managed. Managed.
Okay. And then we're supposed to go back that way.
No.
No.
So stay right here.
Yeah, walk right through.
We got to move those faster.
We're just.
So when we get to one row, we got to.
If you were in the next row, you should be all the way over here by now. Is anyone in your third row going? Great. Come on, my lovely Roxanne.
So let's start fourth row.
Fourth row, please stand. So Ruth, when you're done, you're just going to go this way. You can go too. Yeah, fourth row up. Next row up. Sam, are you speaking? You look like you're the front of this line. Sam, if you're not going to say something, you don't need to come up. And then go back to your row.
Yeah.
You're going to go up the middle.
You're up the middle, back to your seat.
So you'll say your name and go back to your row. Thank you.
Name.
Very generic.
Next row. How are we feeling? We have the hang of it now? Thank
Can I
you.
make a suggestion?
Yes, please.
That if anybody in the rows have waters or purses,
Yes.
they tuck them really tight. Otherwise, people walking by are going to kick them. Just a suggestion.
Please tuck all baggage under your seat or the seat in front of you. If you're on this side, go this way.
Stop here.
Yes. We were just practicing the walking, sir. Michelle?
Have you tried to get these people's attention?
Yeah, they quieted for a minute.
I'm sorry.
I think you can come down and just wait on the wall with those first people, and then you just go back the same.
Okay.
But Emma's coming down. Go ahead.
Excuse me, my friends. Can you, if you can hear my voice, just raise your hand up. Can you hear my voice?
Clap twice.
No, don't. We're not youth minister in this moment. All right. Still hearing lots of other voices. I'm going to be a school teacher about this. Show me your llama. Everyone, show me your llama.
It's a gang sign. We don't do it anymore.
I'm sorry if there's any Armenians in the house. I did not mean to offend you. Go away. Leave me alone. So, folks,
You have free tickets to the Jenny and Michelle show.
my name is Michelle Morgan, and I'm in charge. Two things, just really quickly. One, I've said this often when I'm in this position, is that I'm glad you're here. I wish we never had met any of you, that you didn't have to be here. And I have an immense gratitude that you're here and you're witnessing. In the Christian faith, which I'm a representative of, I guess, witness is very important. To be able to say who you are and why you're here and who you're here for is hugely important. So right now, we would really like to give you an opportunity to honor with your feet and with your voice who you're here for. So what we're going to do is we're going to start on this side, and there's someone behind the pillar. It's Tara. Tara's going to start. You just walk through it? Well, they told me you were gonna. Did you do good? Did you enjoy it? Then I guess I want to say thank you, and I'll just move away now. I was upstairs with these really cute children. I missed the whole thing. Thank you for being here. I'll just go away now and do something else.
Now you know why I put stage manager in quotes, because so we have an addendum to what we just practiced. Any of you who are one of our speakers sitting on stage, when the first row stands, anyone up here who wishes to join this procession, please come down at that time. But again, please wait for our second gentleman to be settled with his people. You will notice that there are several people around up front, on the sides, on the other sides. They all know why we are all in this room, and they are here for all of you just as much as they are here for the people they are protecting. So they are also protecting all of us. Okay? If you start to feel uncomfortable about any of those people, just walk away. That's fine. Okay?
And we're going to start at, Doug will start playing the piano at 6:45.
If you don't know, this is being live streamed, so you are on camera at all times. First couple rows, sometimes the back of your heads are in it. When you're up here, you don't need to worry about where the cameras are or anything. The church does this weekly for their church stuff, sermons and stuff. Services. Now you have the Dave and Jenny
We're going to
show.
be getting started 7 o'clock sharp. Doug will probably start playing the piano about 6:45, but the program will start at 7 o'clock. So just, if you want to get up now, move around.
Well, in a minute.
Keep your seats reserved.
Just two more pieces of business. So the music will be playing. Our lovely young folk will be doing a processional in at the top of the show, at the Vigil, and sitting down. At the very end, there is another candle lighting moment that all of us participate in. Each of you already has a candle on your chair, and when we're standing up, please either keep it on your chair or tuck it under. At the very end, Sister Shika. This beautiful voice is going to sing for us at the end. You will know when the song is over. And at that time, first row, process this way, second row, and you will leave your candles with the lovely church volunteers who are here to collect them, but of course blow them out as you go that way. And then there's cookies and other beverages in the meeting hall. If you need to get up during the vigil, of course you can use the restrooms.
And then also for any media that's here, please keep the center row clear. You're welcome to be anywhere you want in the back and along the walls on the side.
No media in the center.
Yeah, no media or photographers in the center aisle at all, please, except for our one dedicated photographer. Yep. So yeah, so right now it is, what is it?
Someone's
It's
calling you.
6:23. So like I said, you want to be in your seats by 6:45 for sure. So if you want to get up, stretch your legs, go to the bathroom, now's the time to do it. Just, leave your jackets and bags or whatever on your seats.
back,
What's that?
candles.
Yeah, I'll go over that with them.
Okay.
They know to be back there at 6:35. We've been chatting all night.
This is the main signal.
Ernie, can you take this down, please?
Hello, is it on? For those that want to live stream, it is
For anyone that is passing on this information to family and friends that are not here, let them know to go to stmarks.net/vigil, and on that page they can see the live stream. All right.
and they could see the tribute video right now.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you for coming. If you can start to find your seats, we're going to start with some music, and then the program will start promptly at 7 p.m. What, should I?
Can we take our seats, please? So Doug can start playing.
My friends, I'm sorry to bust in, and hopefully I'm not repeating myself. If Chris Brown is here, and Fred Gutenberg, Corey, Natalie Fall, Clayton, Elizabeth Murphy, Emma Aurora Vasquez, Christina Delgado, and Miss Stanley. Excellent. Look at all these rule followers behind me. If the rest of you were scofflaws and I said your name, come on up. We won't judge you too much.
Good evening. My name is Poe Murray. I have been leading the Newtown Action Alliance since my neighbor killed 20 children and educators, 6 educators in Sandy Hook 11 years ago on December 14, 2023. I am standing here with Reverend Michelle Morgan from St. Mark's and national GVP leaders, Chris Brown from Brady, my good friend Fred Guttenberg, who is the father of Jamie, who was killed in Parkland, who founded Orange Ribbons for Jamie. Is Corey Salter here? Corey Salter from Everytown for Gun Safety, Natalie Fall from March for Our Lives, Clayton Spinney from Guns Down America, Elizabeth Murphy and Aurora Vasquez from Sandy Hook Promise, and Christine Delgado and Taria Stanley from Community Justice to welcome you to the 11th Annual National Vigil for All Victims of Gun Violence. We thank all the gun violence survivors and advocates, particularly the young people, and Gabby Giffords, for traveling to DC to participate in this important vigil event, to remember all who have been taken from you too soon and all who have survived shootings. We thank our sponsors, St. Mark's Episcopal Church, the Joyce Foundation, Sandy Hook Promise, Giffords, Orange Ribbons for Jamie, Fred Guttenberg, Ban Assault Weapons Now, Riley Howell Foundation, Culver 878, Everytown for Gun Safety, Brady, Guns Down America, Change the Ref, March for Our Lives, Safer Community and Community Justice, and 155 partners who are supporting tonight's National Vigil service and making it possible for our survivors to travel to DC for this important event. We thank all our partners who could not join us in person tonight, but are planning local vigils in their own communities across the country. We thank our special guests, Second Gentleman Douglas Emhoff, who will be here later tonight, Director Stephen Dettelbach, Senators Schumer, Blumenthal, and Murphy, and the representatives who will be joining us later, and Greg Jackson and Rob Wilcox from the White House Office of Gun Violence Prevention for joining us tonight. We thank all of you for being here tonight. We have come together for the 11th time since the Sandy Hook shooting tragedy to continue to shine a light on the devastating impact of gun violence in our nation. Since the tragic shooting at the Sandy Hook Elementary School, more than 1.1 million Americans have been shot. Nearly 450,000 Americans have been killed by guns. The number of gun deaths has increased by 50%, and there have been 4,900 mass shooting incidents. And now 27 states allow concealed guns to be carried without permits. And guns are now the #1 killer of our children and teens. The good news is the GVP community is larger than ever before. There has been progress in many states, and we have had some federal wins. We must celebrate these wins, but we can't rest until there is dramatic decline in gun deaths and injuries. Our nation was safer a decade ago when the Sandy Hook shooting occurred. That is why we must be aspirational. We must fight boldly, unapologetically, with a sense of urgency for transformational changes. Luckily, we have many champions on our side. President Joe Biden has signed more executive actions than any other president, nominated and confirmed the director of ATF, signed the Bipartisan Safer Communities Act, and established the White House Office of Gun Violence Prevention. And we see our favorite young Congressman, Maxwell Frost, who's here, who championed the Office of GVP. Thank you so much for that work. When we had the majority in the House during last Congress, Speaker Pelosi led the passage of a set of comprehensive gun control laws, including assault weapons ban, Ethan's Law, background checks, Break the Cycle of Violence Act, and other life-saving legislation. Just today, Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer, Senator Blumenthal, and Senator Murphy offered unanimous consent votes on Senator Feinstein's bill to ban assault weapons, Ethan's Law to keep kids safe from unsecured guns, and universal background check legislation. But the Senate Republicans unfortunately filibustered these bills. Senate Republicans are continuing to prioritize gun industry profits over the lives of our children and our loved ones. Voters must use their votes to help us pass these life-saving measures that the majority of Americans support. It's crystal clear what we must do. We must work as hard as we can to elect a gun safety majority who will protect our kids more than guns. Tonight, we will remember your loved ones who have been taken too soon, and tomorrow, we will continue our work to win this fight. Together, we can and will end gun violence. Thank you. I'd like to invite our Congressman and Senator Blumenthal.
Hello, everybody. I'm Congressman Maxwell Alejandro Frost, proudly representing Florida's 10th Congressional District here in Congress. For people who don't know, many of you know, it was this vigil when I was 15 years old, when I came up from Orlando, Florida after the Sandy Hook shooting and massacre, that changed my life forever. It was being up here with the Newtown Action Alliance and the Junior Newtown Action Alliance, going around the halls of Congress, speaking with members of Congress, and going to that vigil that changed my life forever. And I've been doing a lot of reflecting over the last several weeks and months as to what it was that really pushed me. And the initial thing that made me go and that pushed me to go to this vigil was seeing the images and seeing the video of the kids being marched out of Sandy Hook Elementary School with that banner that read 26 dead. It made me very uncomfortable. It made me very anxious. I remember that night I had a jazz band concert and I went to go play, and it was the worst show of my life because I was so anxious and uncomfortable that someone would walk into that theater and shoot my friends, my family, and myself. I kept looking back at the exit signs the entire show. And that anxiety is something that is not unique for especially young people in this country to this day. You know, I remember when I first got elected to office just a few months ago, I had my first elementary school come to the Capitol. And usually you go in front of the Capitol steps and you talk about things, and I ask this question. I say, if you were a member of Congress, what law would you pass? Expecting like ice cream for dinner, no homework. There was an 8-year-old girl who raised her hand, and I called on her, the first one. And I said, what law would you pass? And she said, I would ban assault weapons so I don't get shot in school. 8 years old. This is what our country has become. Our country, our government, we are failing our people by allowing our people to live in a place where they don't have the most basic freedom, the freedom to live, without fear of gun violence. I've come to almost all of these vigils, and I always use it as an opportunity for myself to recommit myself to the fight to end gun violence. And I want to offer that up to everyone, that before you walk out of those doors tonight, recommit yourself to the fight for innocent life, for civilian life, here and everywhere, no matter who you are. That is what tonight is about. It's about the fact that no child especially in this country, should feel so unsafe to go into their schools or even be shot in their own homes. And it is because of this movement and all of us working together that we were able to win the White House Office on Gun Violence Prevention. And we have a lot more work to do in ending gun violence in our schools, on our blocks, in our communities, and everywhere. So thank you all so much for being here tonight. Again, take this opportunity to recommit yourself to this fight, and together we will end gun violence. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Max. We've been joined, as you can see, by my colleague and partner, Chris Murphy, fellow senator from Connecticut. You know, I didn't think anybody could ever make Chris Murphy feel like an older member of Congress. You know, we always begin what we say by reciting "It's wonderful to be here." And as I look out at this group, and I hadn't really intended to say it, it is wonderful to see you, even if we didn't wish to be here for this cause. We wish that we had accomplished all that we are here to do. And I just want to say to all of you, never doubt that you are making a difference, as discouraging and dispiriting and disheartening it sometimes may be in this movement. It is a movement. It is becoming stronger and stronger, unfortunately, by the day. Today, with another shooting that breaks our hearts, you are making a difference. And Exhibit A, if I can be the trial lawyer again that I was, Exhibit A is standing right here. But there are hundreds, there are thousands, maybe millions of others like Max Frost, leaders who have been inspired by your example, and you have led by your example. So this is just a really personal message to every single one of you, and many of you have traveled long to be here. You are making a difference in the people you've inspired to join this movement, in the hope that you have given us that we can conquer gun violence, in the dreams that you have fulfilled in many of your states where you've made progress. And indeed, even here, where the Bipartisan Community Safer Communities Act reflects real progress. And I want to give a lot of credit to Chris Murphy, who is standing here, for his great leadership on the Bipartisan Safer Communities Act. I was very proud to be his wingman in that effort, and to have been involved with many of you since the 1990s. I was Attorney General at the time when we started on an assault weapon ban, and since then on universal background checks, on red flag statutes, on banning ghost guns, on repealing PLCA, and yes, on Ethan's Law, safe storage. Kristen Song is with us tonight. She will be with us again tomorrow. And today on the floor of the United States Senate, Senator Murphy and I and Senator Schumer sought to get agreement, unanimous consent, on bills that 90% of Americans favor. Not just a little bit, enthusiastic, passionately support. An assault weapon ban, universal background checks, safe storage, Ethan's Law. 90% of America wants action from Congress. And if you believe in democracy, you have to hope, you have to trust that Congress will respond to the American people. So Max is right, we have a lot of work to do. But we've shown that we can beat the gun lobby, that its power is waning. That's the lesson, one of the lessons from the Bipartisan Safer Community Act. Red flag statutes, better background checks, the boyfriend's loophole closed. These kinds of steps are what we need to further and advance as we move forward. And you are making it happen. You, and most especially the survivors. I can recite statistics till I'm blue in the face, but there's no number, there's no set of numbers that means as much as the images that you are seeing on these screens. There's nothing that is powerful and eloquent as the faces and voices of survivors that you will hear tonight. And I thank every one of you for enabling us to make the kind of progress that we hope to make, that we must make, that we will make as the greatest nation in the history of the world. We can do it. We don't have more mental health problems. We don't have more bad people. Just have a lot more guns. And we need to take action that keeps guns out of the hands of dangerous people. Thank you for making progress here. Thank you, every one of you, for being here today. And now I'd like to introduce my great colleague and friend, Chris Murphy.
Well, thank you, Dick. It's wonderful to be here with both of my colleagues. I'm heartbroken by our need to continue to assemble in this way, but I am grateful for everyone in this room who has committed yourself over and over again, year after year, to this cause, a cause that is so fundamental to human existence. Nothing matters in our life more than the safety of our loved ones, the safety of our kids, of our brothers, our sisters, right? We would give up anything in the world to preserve the physical safety of the people that we love. We would give up our house, our savings, our car, whatever it took. And yet that kind of concern that we have for the physical safety of our loved ones is not reflected by our government, and therein lies this heartbreak. I can't say it better than my colleagues, and you've got a really important program tonight, so I just make two quick points to you. One, to underscore that the way in which we often talk about this tragedy really misrepresents the scale and the scope of this epidemic. Yes, there are 110, 120 people dying every day. Yes, we continue to see mass shootings on an annual basis. But I live in the south end of Hartford. I live in one of the neighborhoods with high rates of violence. And when I go to talk to a group of middle school kids that are kind of my kitchen cabinet in my neighborhood, they remind me that for them, school is the safe place, right? It's the walk to and from school where the trauma happens for them. Now, those kids may never be part of an official statistic. Many of them will actually survive their childhood, but every single day their brain is breaking because they fear for their life when they wake up in the morning and when they go to bed at night. It is no coincidence that the quote-unquote failing schools in this country are in the neighborhoods with the high rates of gun violence. The sweeping scope of this epidemic, the fact that we are losing generations of children to the trauma of violence, that's what we need to be talking about today. And so I remind you of that mission that we have, not just to change the trajectory of lives lost, but to change the trajectory of lives ruined in this country. And the second thing is just a simple one. When we started having these vigils a decade ago, it was a leap of faith that we could build a movement that could eventually beat the gun lobby, and a leap of faith that when we passed laws, they would make a difference. Well, what the Bipartisan Safer Communities Act did was to prove both of those concepts, right? We are now more powerful than the gun lobby. We have more volunteers. We have more money. We have more energy, right? We have the ability to beat them on a regular basis. But the act we passed is another proof of concept, because though the mass shootings have not abated, overall rates of gun violence in this country, in our biggest cities, have declined by 12% since we passed that law last summer. And that's not good enough, but that is progress. It is progress that is proof of the second concept. When we pass laws tightening our gun laws, when we pass laws putting money into the hands of violence interrupters all across our country, we save lives. And so we are here heartbroken by the fact that we continue to need to assemble. But we also have to be here buoyed by the fact that this is no longer a leap of faith. We have built a movement that will sustain, that will continue to win. And we have proven that when we build that movement and when we win, we save lives. That's the feeling that I leave here with today. That's the feeling that I hope you hold as you walk out of these doors today. Thank you very much for your partnership.
Hello, I'm Mary Ann Buddy. I serve as the Bishop of the Episcopal Diocese of Washington, D.C. And I would ask those of you who would like to join me in prayer to take a deep breath as I try to give words to our collective grief and resolve. Gracious and compassionate God, each one of us here carries deep grief in our hearts, not for an issue, but for people that we have loved and lost. And we hold them in our hearts always. And we entrust them to you every single day. And meanwhile, as we strive to honor them, we commit ourselves anew to the creation of a country where others need not know the grief we have known. So I would ask for your spirit of strength and peace, compassion, to be with every single person here and the countless people they represent all across this land. And may you give us that grace to transform our grief into purpose, and purpose into energy, and energy into the kind of joy that is possible when we know that we are working alongside others and in your spirit for a better day. And all this I ask in your name. Amen.
Good evening. My name's Michael Allen. I'm a lay leader at Hill Chavarah, which is the largest Jewish community here in this part of Washington, D.C. And I'm here to share with you a memorial prayer that Jews recite on many occasions involving the death of others. God, full of mercy, bless us with your divine presence here as we mourn those dear ones whose lives were taken far too soon. May they rest peacefully under your sheltering wings. El Mole Rachamim Shochein B'Maromim Hamatzei Menucha Nechona Tachat Kanfei Hashchina B'malot kedoshim utaharim kezahar harakia. Mazirim lenishmot yakirenu ukdoshenu shehalchu leolamam. Ana Baal harachamim hastiram betzel kenafecha לעולמים, ותרור בתרור החיים את נשמתם. אדוני הוא נחלתם, וינוחו בשלום המשכבם. ונאמר אמן.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Jannah Sayed, and today I'd like to share with you some verses from the Holy Quran. أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. الرحمن علم القرآن خلق الإنسان علمه البيان. الشمس والقمر بحسبان والنجم والشجر يسجدان والسماء رفعها ووضع الميزان ألا تطغوا في الميزان وأقيموا الوزن بالقسط ولا تخسروا الميزان والأرض وضعها للأنام فيها فاكهة والنخل ذات الأكمام والحب ذو العصف والريحان فبأي آلاء ربكما تكذبان خلق الإنسان من صلصال كالفخار وخلق الجان من مارج من نار فبأي آلاء ربكما تكذبان رب المشرقين ورب المغربين فبأي آلاء ربكما تكذبان مرج البحرين يلتقيان بينهما برزخ لا يبغيان فبأي آلاء ربكما تكذبان. In the name of God, the most gracious, the most merciful. Most gracious, it is He who has taught the Quran. He has created man. He has taught him speech and intelligence. The sun and the moon follow courses computed. And the herbs and the trees, both alike, bow in adoration. And the firmament has He raised high, and He has set up the balance of justice, in order that ye may not transgress due balance. So establish weight with justice and fall not short in the balance. It is He who has spread out the earth for His creations. Therein is fruit and date palms, producing spathes and closing dates. Also corn, with its leaves and stalk, for fodder and sweet-smelling plants. Then which of the favors of your Lord will ye deny? He created man from sounding clay like unto pottery, and he created jinns from the fire free of smoke. Then which of the favors of your Lord will ye deny? He is Lord of the two easts and Lord of the two wests. Then which of the favors of your Lord will ye deny? He has let free the two bodies of flowing water, meeting together. Between them is a barrier which they do not transgress. Then which of the favors of your Lord will ye deny? Out of them come pearls and coral. Then which of the favors of your Lord will ye deny? And his are the ships sailing smoothly through the seas, lofty as mountains. Thank you.
Before Adam's choir come and perform, I would like to introduce the Senate Majority Leader, Chuck Schumer. We thank him for joining us today, and we thank him for putting up assault weapons ban for unanimous consent today.
Thank you, Poe, and let me thank Poe for her amazing leadership, as well as one state has two of the great leaders in America in the Senate on the issue of bringing gun violence to an end, and I want to just salute them again, Dick Blumenthal and Chris Murphy. Now, my friends, this month marks 11 years since 26 young, beautiful, innocent souls were cut short at the hands of a madman with an assault weapons at Sandy Hook. I have the pictures of these children and some of their parents in my office, and I look at them all the time and I ache. I have pictures of the people in Buffalo who died at the Tops supermarket. I've known that area very well. And of course, so many other communities have endured these tragedies: Uvalde, Las Vegas, Orlando, El Paso. The list just goes on and on. And of course, as we know, there are more acts of gun violence, mass shootings, than there are days this year in the calendar. And unfortunately, just to almost prove that's true on this day, just this afternoon we learned about another shooting near the campus at UNLV in Nevada. Our prayers are with the victims. Our prayers are with their families. Now, it's unmistakable. The scourge of gun violence in America is a national crisis. The American people are sick and tired of enduring one mass shooting after another. The American people are sick and tired of mourning the losses of families and friends and classmates and co-workers. The American people are ready and willing for Congress to take more meaningful action to combat gun violence. That's precisely what we Democrats tried to do today. This morning, Democrats tried to take action by moving to pass the assault weapons ban and rid our streets of these deadly weapons of war. Republicans faced a simple choice: stand with Democrats and the families fearing for their lives and pass the ban, or stand with the gun lobby once again and block it. Sadly, Republicans let the American people down once again. They blocked the assault weapons ban and showed where their priorities are, with the gun lobby, not with the people. We already have a decade's worth of proof that a ban on military-style assault weapons works and saves lives, plain and simple. As most of you know, 30 years ago, I carried the assault weapons ban in the House. I was a congressman back then, alongside the late Senator Dianne Feinstein. I was excoriated by so many. Bob Dole was furious that we kicked his butt and passed the assault weapons ban. And in the decade that we had the ban, there was a significant decrease in mass shootings and gun deaths. So anyone who tells you it's not going to affect people's lives is just not looking at the facts. But my friends, our fight does not end here. We will keep working because that's what this issue, that's what this moment demands from all of us. Now I want to thank all the survivors of gun violence here tonight. Every family that has spoken up, every advocate that has organized, everyone who's made their voices heard, to the families who have lost loved ones. You know, the Bible says when something terrible and tragic befalls you, the natural human instinct is to curse the darkness, to turn inward and get angry and sad and sullen. That's the natural reaction. But there are some people, the Bible tells us, who light a candle, who work to make sure that what happened to them in all its unfairness and all its tragedy does not happen to anyone else. Let us once again have a round of applause for the families of the victims who are here, who are lighting a candle and are saint-like in what they do. And to the activists who are here and the so many organizations that have worked, you proved something last summer. You proved that Congress could beat the gun lobby. Many believed it was impossible, but because of the good work of the two senators here and many others of my colleagues, we passed the Bipartisan Safer Communities Act, the first major gun safety bill in 3 decades, but it will not be the last. I promise you that. We will keep fighting. My caucus will keep fighting on behalf of the lives we have lost to gun violence and the lives, the so many lives, we can still save. Thank you. Continue the fight. We will win. Thank you very much.
I'm going to take this moment while the children are getting ready to join us. If you are on this side, please be behind the 7th row if you're on the wall. There's also a lot of wall space over there if you would like a better view, but we're going to need this space shortly. Thank you.
I wrote this song the day after the Parkland shooting. Another man shot down some people today. Cute and debates and stupid shit people say. Well, how many bullets will it take till this battle is won? There's just too many triggers for this many guns. We send thoughts, we send prayers, but the truth no one dares give one of their rights away. But when rights turn to wrongs, the line's gotta be drawn. When lives are the price, then we pay. Some shoot for vengeance, some shoot for fun. While kids lose the battle, us adults should have won. Well, how many lives will it take till love is enough? There's just too many triggers for this many guns. We send thoughts, we send prayers, but the truth no one dares give one of their rights away. But when rights turn to wrongs, the line's gotta be drawn. When lives are the price, then we pay. Well, hey. It starts with me, man. It starts with you. There's gotta be something we the people can do. How many bullets will it take till this battle is won? There's just too many triggers for this many guns.
I'd like to introduce a woman who does not need an introduction. Gabby Giffords, who co-founded or founder of Giffords Courage to End Gun Violence. Gabby celebrated the 10-year anniversary of her organization this year.
Our lives can change so quickly. Mine did when I was shot. But I never gave up hope. I chose to make a new start, to move ahead, to not look back. I'm relearning so many things, how to walk, how to talk, and I'm fighting to make the country safer. It can be so difficult. Losses hurt. Setbacks are hard, but I tell myself, move ahead. I'm finding joy in small things. Ride my bike, playing the French horn, going to the gym, laughing with friends. The small things add up. We are living in challenging time. We're up for the challenge. My own recovery has taken years. Many, many people have helped me along the way, and I learned so much. I learned when people care for each other and work together, progress is possible, a world is possible. But change doesn't happen overnight, and we can't do it alone. Join me, let's move ahead together. Thank you very much, thank you very much, thank you very much.
Good evening. My name is Faith Mata. I am the older sister of 10-year-old Tess Marie Mata, who was killed in Robb Elementary shooting in Uvalde, Texas on May 24th, 2022. A gunman purchased an AR-15 one day after he turned 18 and killed 19 children and educators and injured 17 others. Since that horrific day, my family has had to deal with the unpredictable stages of grief and managing those bad days, knowing there will always be an empty seat at our dining table. As an older sister, my purpose in this life was to be a role model whom Tess could look up to, and a best friend where we could create eternal memories that will last us a lifetime. Unfortunately, that is not how our lives played out. I question how a 10-year-old could be taken in the most horrific way and how we didn't get to say goodbye. My family has had to deal with the unimaginable, waiting 2 weeks before we could see my sister, followed by her funeral services a day later. Having that pit in our stomachs, knowing that a closed casket was the only choice we had. Being so disassociated with the world that my parents and I weren't aware of the complete lack of law enforcement response, realizing that an 18-year-old shooter had more power than hundreds of trained police officers, causing them to wait 77 minutes before breaching. Understanding that Tess didn't have a choice in her death, nor did she know herself what death truly meant. When a family loses a loved one, whether that be your mom, dad, or siblings, it changes everything. Since May 24th, I saw my parents shift from one day to the next. It's like a piece of them left with Tess when she was killed. I've noticed the changes in myself too. As siblings, we spent a majority of our childhood with each other, and in my case, I was ripped of the only sibling I had. Loss is a number of feelings: confusion, anger, depression, guilt, and so on. These feelings led to an act of justice and advocacy for my family. I don't want another girl to be left as an only child and suffer the way I have. Tess's life will have purpose and meaning. Her memory will always live in my heart, so that her life will always have purpose in the world today, tomorrow, and when I'm gone. I will transform my trauma and grief to fight for a better world, so that communities like mine can prosper in a safe environment free of gun violence. Now I would like to introduce Stephen Dittelbach, the director of the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms, and Explosives, who was appointed by President Biden and sworn in as a director on July 13th, 2022. Mr. Dittelbach is responsible for leading an agency of men and women charged with protecting the public by enforcing laws and regulations related to firearms, explosives, arson, and alcohol and tobacco trafficking. Thank you.
Thank you, Faith, for that incredibly kind introduction and those stirring remarks, and thank you also for following Gabby Giffords. Incredible. I am in awe as I sit here tonight of the strength that you and so many other people, and young people especially here, possess in turning those emotions into actions. I'm also honored to be here with a group of incredible leaders: Congressman Frost, Senator Blumenthal, Senator Murphy, Majority Leader Schumer. And thank you, Second Gentleman Emhoff, for being here tonight. This administration has been, thank you. This administration has been unwavering in its support of victims and survivors of gun violence and its commitment to reduce violent crime, as I'm happy to say others have said before, demonstrated by the new White House office, dedicated, the first ever dedicated to this issue, headed, of course, by Vice President Harris, who's worked literally for decades on this issue. So thank you very much for being here. I'm sure, like other people who speak, who don't have the personal experiences at all you have, I'm humbled. I'm humbled to have the privilege to even be here to hear the accounts, the hopes, the thoughts, the things that you have lived through. And I stand here today not just for myself, but for the over 5,000 hardworking and courageous folks at ATF. We are all inspired, every one of us, by your courage, by your determination as victims and survivors of firearms violence. And on behalf of ATF and at ATF, we pledge this. We pledge to expend every single thing in our being to fight the threat which the epidemic of gun violence poses to the security of this nation. And that is what it is, make no mistake. Gun violence is a threat to the most basic freedom that a person can have, a threat to their physical security. We at ATF make that pledge for many reasons. We pledge to fight because of the awesome responsibility we feel to the millions of Americans who have faced firearms crimes themselves. We pledge to fight because it is ATF's duty and ATF's mission to do so. But most of all, we will fight because it is the right thing to do. I stand here as the presidentially appointed and Senate confirmed director of the only law enforcement agency on the federal side that is dedicated only to fighting violent crime, particularly gun crime. And that means that every single day I'm informed of an endless deluge of gun violence coming at us from all over the nation. I witness the daily barrage of tragedy that demonstrates again and again and again and again the depths of the threat that we all face, and daily reminds us of the absolute urgency of the action we must take. And I want to assure you that the men and women of ATF are working day in and day out, whether it's out on the streets, in labs, delving into intelligence, inspecting firearms dealers, and often risking their own lives, as they did this very day in Las Vegas, to protect the innocent and bring violent criminals to justice. Most days, we at ATF, we act, because actions, and not only thoughts and prayers, are required to address this threat. But here tonight, in this sacred place, I do offer my deepest thoughts and prayers to all here who have faced and may face the awful reality of gun violence. All ATF cares deeply about you. And as unusual as it might seem, I want to offer my thoughts and prayers to another group as well. Tonight, I want to pray not only for those who are part of the solution, but for those who are part of the problem. For those who hurt others with guns, and those who enable gun violence through their indifference and their obstinance. I pray for the cynics. I pray for those who think only of themselves and not others. I pray for those who think that gun violence is something to be accepted or, even worse, ignored. Tonight, I pray for them also. I pray that their hearts be softened. I pray that their eyes be opened. I pray they will awake and will at last find compassion in their hearts for others, so many others, who are victims and survivors of gun violence. And I pray that they will do more than pray. I pray that they will join the rest of us in the search for lasting justice and safety. At ATF, we know too well that the voices of victims and survivors are too often unheard or forgotten in the conversations around violent crime. And that is simply unacceptable. And we at ATF are committed to hearing and lifting up those voices in any way that we can help to do so. That is why I also want to share with you all that this spring, ATF will host the first ever summit at ATF focused on victims and survivors of gun crime. This will be another way to let those voices, your voices, ring not only in this sacred place, but ring throughout the halls of justice. Because your voices echo courage that must continue to remind the folks at ATF and in law enforcement every day of the gravity of our mission. Because the volume of your voices carry forward the importance of working feverishly to prevent others from being victimized. And because the tenor and tone of your voices uniquely demand the unrelenting urgency of stopping the cycle of gun violence and protecting people. So from all of ATF, thank you. Thank you for including us here. Thank you for inspiring us each day. And thank you for all that you do to make our country a better and safer place. May God bless you.
Buenas noches, mi nombre es Jessica Carrillo, vengo de un pueblo llamado Izotepec, en la Sierra de Guerrero, México. Soy sobreviviente y víctima de la delincuencia organizada que con el poder de las armas han logrado desplazarnos, amenazarnos, desaparecer y asesinar a familiares. Esto le pasó a mi prima Gabriela Maldonado Salgado. Ella viajaba junto con sus 2 hijas, de 5 y 3 años. A un chequeo médico, ya que ella estaba embarazada de 7 meses, en un carro hacia la capital del estado, cuando fueron emboscados por un grupo de hombres fuertemente armados. Ellos torturaron y asesinaron a mi prima junto con su hija de 5 años de nombre Lupita, dejando también inconsciente y casi muerta a su otra niña de 3 años. También fue asesinado mi primo Gustavo en el año 2015, igual por hombres fuertemente armados, y la desaparición de mi tío Concepción en el año 2020. Esto es solo un poco de lo mucho que la delincuencia organizada, con ayuda de las armas de alto calibre que llegan desde aquí de Estados Unidos hacia México, nos han ocasionado en la vida durante más de una década, sin recibir ninguna solución ante este problema que nos afecta día tras día en nuestras vidas. Gracias.
Hello, I'll be providing translation. My name is Jessica Carrillo. I am from a town called Izotepec in the mountains of Guerrero State in Mexico. Organized criminal groups in the area used firearms to displace us, threaten us, and disappear and kill our family members. This happened to my cousin, Gabriela Maldonado Salgado, who was 7 months pregnant and traveling to her medical appointment in the state capital. She was with her 2 daughters, ages 5 and 3 years old, when they were ambushed by heavily armed men. They tortured and killed her together with her 5-year-old daughter, Lupita, leaving her 3-year-old nearly dead. My cousin Gustavo was killed in 2015 also by heavily armed men, and my uncle Concepcion was disappeared in 2020. This is just part of what organized crime using assault weapons from the United States have done to us over the last decade, with no solution, and this still impacts our lives every day. Thank you.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Happy Gregg, and I'm here representing the MJ Project out of Chicago, Illinois. I'm also here as a survivor mom, and if I can just be honest, I am exhausted. I am tired of having the same conversation. I am tired of giving the same speech. I am tired of having to look another mom in the face after she has lost her child in the city of Chicago. In the last 3 years, we have lost more children to gun violence in Chicago than there are people in this room. And I just want you guys to take that in for a moment. Just look around and see how many people are standing here and sitting here, and just imagine if they were children 16 and younger with bullet holes in them. The problem is no one is being held accountable for their actions and what's happening to the children in the city of Chicagoland and across this nation. And I don't want to complain, so let me explain. We have formed relationships with our local authorities. We have held community events to speak about the violence. We have provided services to families who have suffered the loss of their children. We have passed laws to help protect our children. We have turned our loved ones into hashtags to promote social awareness for our children. We have started organizations to remember their legacy. We have went to counseling. We have helped families get counseling. We have encouraged our communities to vote. We have driven them to the polls to vote. But yet, we're still left with bullets and babies, children in caskets, and murderers left to roam free. My 4-year-old son, Michael James Moultrie Jr., was visiting his father in Chicago on what was supposed to be an extended 3-day Labor Day weekend, and within 24 hours of landing in Chicago, 27 bullets were shot into a house, and 2 of those bullets struck my baby. 2 days later, he passed away. His murder is still unsolved. Devin McGregor, 5 years old, was saying goodbye to his father. He was also shot in the head. His murder is unsolved. Maestro Zastro, 3 years old, sitting in a car seat, shot in the head, murder, unsolved. Leroyce Boyd, 3 years old, shot in the face, in his home, murder, unsolved. We have Amada Hall, 1-year-old, shot on the expressway, murder, unsolved. Cecilia Thomas, 5 months old, shot in the head, murder, unsolved. Unfortunately for me, and unfortunately for these children, I have to leave over 1,000 names off this list, so hopefully you all got my point. And I do want to speak to the members of Congress that are here today. You have a stage, you have an audience. I encourage you to use it for this, because if not, it'll be wash, rinse, repeat, until it's your child, grandchild, newborn, or a student that you care about that you'll be asking the nation's help for next. So thank you guys for your time. Thank you for the audience. And please use your stage for something good.
Good evening. I will try and push my voice out here. I have a tendency to speak quietly. My beautiful wife, Claire, has a tendency to tell me to speak louder. So I am happy. If you're in the back of the room and you cannot hear me, please wave your hand. On September 5th, 2021, we were sitting at home watching a movie. It was a Saturday night, Labor Day weekend. At 8:44 p.m., I was texting with my son Christian, who was spending the night at a friend's house. We were texting back and forth. He was on his way back from Walmart. He sent me a blurry picture of a receipt that I'd sent him money, so I said, send the receipt so I can see what you spent it on. We had a few laughs. I said, LOL, love you, kid. He texted back, love you too, Dad. At 9:34 p.m., we received a phone call with no caller ID. And in this day and age, we let it go to voicemail. 2 minutes later, I received a call from my daughter, who lives in Hawaii. Dad, listen to me. I am not joking. Christian has been shot in the chest. You need to call the sheriff at this number. The thoughts that go through your head in a moment like this are unimaginable. We spoke with the sheriff and rushed to the level 1 trauma unit where he had been taken. When we arrived, we were told that he was being taken to emergency surgery, and it did not look good. And we were escorted to the ICU waiting room, where we waited for what felt like an eternity. During that time, I went to the small chapel in the hospital, and I dropped to my knees, and I begged, and I begged, and I begged for God not to take him. But it was to no avail. Just after 11 p.m. that evening, The trauma surgeon came into the waiting room and told us that Christian had passed from a gunshot wound to the chest. Now, I don't have to tell many of you in this room what that moment felt like, because unfortunately, many of you know that moment. The reality is, part of me died that day and will never be revived. For the past 2+ years, I have tried to make sense out of something that doesn't make sense. My son died because the family was negligent with how they secured a gun in their home. The fact that this and so many other gun deaths have become commonplace in our society says a lot about our priorities. I stand here not because this is easy, because it's not, but because I do not want another child or family to endure this pain and this tragedy. I share Christian's story because I want our society to understand the impact that gun violence has on all of us. Our family will always have an empty seat at a chair during the holidays. Christian's friends lost part of their childhood that night. And we as a nation continue to lose a part of our soul. Now, through all of this, I still truly believe that love is the most powerful healing source we have in this world. Changing hearts is what will ultimately change minds. And to change hearts, people need to feel the pain that is in ours. By understanding our pain, it's my hope that love for our children and our neighbors will finally overcome the love of guns in America. Christian, we love you, and Kristen, we are with you all the way to getting Ethan's law passed. Thank you.
My name is Emma Aarons, and I am a senior at Newtown High School in Sandy Hook, Connecticut. I am a board member of the Junior Newtown Action Alliance. I stand before you tonight not only as a survivor, but as a voice for those who can no longer speak, including the 6-year-old version of myself on that fateful day at Sandy Hook Elementary School. The shooting on December 14th, 2012 is a painful memory etched into my existence, a tragedy that no first grader should endure. Today, I'm not just sharing my story. I'm laying bare the pain that lingers and the trauma that never truly fades. My memories are scarce, but what I do remember is this. Miss Soto, my teacher, was reading a book to our class when we heard loud popping noises. I thought it was a hammer because how would I have known at 6 years old what an AR-15 sounded like? Before we could figure out what the noise was, the chaos was happening right in front of me. Pure evil, armed with an AR-15, walked into my classroom and stood directly next to me. Seconds later, one by one, my friends started falling. I watched my classmates get shot and killed. My friend Jesse Lewis screamed at us to run when he noticed the AR-15 had jammed. When we started to run, I bumped into the shooter on the way out. When we were in the hallway, I saw 2 bodies lying motionless on the floor. My legs carried me as fast as they could go up a town street until a family friend recognized me at the front of the line of 5 children and took us to the police station. The rest of the day is blurry. 154 AR-15 bullets shot in 5 minutes changed my life forever. I wondered why I survived. I was told I may have been too close to the gunman and his AR-15 was too big for him to shoot at me. It took years of therapy before I was able to understand what happened to my beloved teacher, my principal, and my classmates. Much of the trauma was buried deep in my mind. I could not easily recall details. I knew I lost my friends, including Aviel, my best friend. the girl who had a smile brighter than the sun and the prettiest curls that I wish I had. Aviel was gone. No one should lose their best friends to senseless gun violence. This year, I joined the Junior Newtown Action Alliance to advocate for change, for responsible gun ownership, for policies to protect. This year, I joined Junior Newtown Action Alliance to advocate for change, for responsible gun ownership, for policies that protect us in our own schools, churches, grocery stores, bowling alleys, movie theaters, concerts, and in our homes and streets. We need Congress to honor with action by passing life-saving gun laws to build a future where no child has to endure the pain that I endure. I want to live in a nation that values children more than guns.
Go, girl. Go, girl.
Yeah. Oh my God.
Go, girl. You got this. You got this. See, girl, standing for you.
I'm grateful to President Biden for prioritizing our lives and establishing the White House Office of Gun Violence Prevention and asking Vice President Kamala Harris to lead it. The Vice President has been a key leader in the administration effort to end the epidemic of gun violence in the United States. While she could not be here tonight, our second gentleman, Mr. Douglas Emhoff, is here to support the survivors. We are honored to have him here today.
Good job.
Emma, thank you so much for the courage that you shared tonight to share that just incredibly horrific story that you are still living with. And to everyone else, thank you for that testimony and for sharing that with me and with everyone else, and I will surely talk to the Vice President about you and about what you told me and shared with everyone else. Director, it's good to see you again. It was an honor to listen to you. I'm glad we campaigned for you way back when. You still got it. Thank you, and Congressman Frost, thank you for your vision, your strength, your courage, your leadership, representing your generation who has been through so much. When you hear the Vice President speak about this, she speaks about young people. She's just coming off a college tour where she met with thousands of young people. And these young people, all of them, when she asked, how many of you have been through an active shooter drill? Every single hand just about went up in that room. And these are the kids who've had to endure what Emma's had to endure, Parkland and all the others, Uvalde, and not just the mass shootings, as we've heard, just shootings that just happen and happen and happen each and every day. And she's talked to some of these young children, and she tells a story about talking to a fifth grader who says, I don't want to go to fourth or fifth period. And why, sweetheart? Because there's no closet in that classroom. This is what's happening right now. This is the story of Emma, the stories that we've heard tonight, and it's got to stop. And unfortunately, just today, again, UNLV, as the director mentioned, lives were lost. We don't know the entire story yet. Lives shattered. Again, yesterday,
In Texas, 2 locations, 6 dead, families shattered, and it goes on and on and on. It's got to stop. But we are lucky to have President Joe Biden as our president and Vice President. We really are lucky that Joe Biden is our president and Kamala Harris is our vice president. We really are. Because yes, we are all grieving. The president, the vice president, the first lady, and myself. We are grieving. These thoughts and prayers, as you mentioned, it's not enough. It's not enough. We need action. We need action because gun violence is the #1 cause of death for children in the United States of America in this year, 2023. That is outrageous. The #1 cause of death. 1 in 5 Americans have experienced what you have all experienced, losing a loved one to gun violence. 1 in 5. There have been over 600 mass shootings in our country alone in 2023. That's more than 1 each day. And look, we just talked about 2 of them. Thank you for mentioning the work, director of my wife, the vice president. This has been a lifetime of work for her, ever since she was a junior prosecutor in San Francisco, to her time as district attorney there in San Francisco, to our attorney general in California, our U.S. senator, and now our vice president. This is work she has done throughout. And I've heard her talk about it so powerfully when she's encouraging leaders to act like leaders instead of cowards. And she would say, look, I have prosecuted cases where somebody has been murdered by a gun or with an assault weapon. And she's seen what you've maybe seen. She's seen the effects of these weapons. And she would say, lock these members of Congress in a room with those autopsy pictures and then let them vote their conscience. I mean, what more is it going to take? What more do they have to see? And we've had some great senators who were here, Senator Schumer, saw Senator Blumenthal, I know Senator Murphy. We do have senators with courage, but we need all of the members of Congress to have that courage to act. Because again, what more do they need to see? What more information do they need? And it's not like we're looking for solutions. We have solutions. We have reasonable solutions. We did pass some legislation earlier this year, but that's not enough. We need an assault weapons ban. We need universal background checks. And we need red flag laws, and we need it now. But because we have President Biden and we have Vice President Harris, and until Congress has the courage to act, they're going to do everything they can, along with Steve and the ATF. As has been mentioned, the Office of Gun Violence Prevention has been launched. I was honored to be there. I think Congressman Frost, I think you were there and introduced her, or she introduced you, but it was excellent that you were there, lending your support. And they're going to do everything they can short of this needed legislation. Rest assured, this is an issue that they take very, very seriously and will continue to do everything they can. So in closing, again, thank you so much for welcoming me here today and sharing the testimony that you've given and that we'll continue to give. I'm looking forward to sitting with you and listening and learning and mourning and grieving, praying, and then action. When we leave here, action. Thank you so much.
Thank you to the second gentleman for your amazing words of support for our survivors here. I want to acknowledge some of my favorite Congress people. My representative, Johanna Hayes. Congresswoman Lucy Macbeth, please stand up. And Congresswoman Jan Tchaikovsky. So there are many survivors sitting here with me, behind me, and there are many out there in the audience. Right now, I'd like to invite the survivors to come up and share your photos of your loved ones taken too soon.
Row one, and anyone up on the podium. Emma, you want to go?
This is me at 6 years old.
My name is Grace Fisher. This is a photo of me when I was 6 years old when I survived the Sandy Hook shooting.
My name is Kristen Song. My son Ethan was killed with an unsecured gun, and I'm fighting to pass Ethan's law.
I'm Congresswoman Lucy Macbeth. I lost my son Jordan in the National Loud Music killing, and I'm here in Congress to make sure that no other family suffers the way so many survivors have suffered in this cathedral. Enough is enough.
My name is Lily Bosselneck. This is a photo of me when I was 6 years old when I survived the Sandy Hook school shooting. My name is Sage Colmer, and this is a photo of me when I was 6 years old when my cousin Jessica Ricos was taken from me.
My name is Happy Gregg, and this is my son, MJ the Great, who was murdered in Chicago. He was 4 years old.
My name is Tiffany Starr. This is a photo of my dad who was killed in my home during a home invasion.
This is Christian John Patillo. He was 15 years old and killed with an unsecured gun at a sleepover.
My name is Fred Guttenberg. February 14, 2018, my son called me to tell me there was a shooting at the school. And while I was on the phone with my son, together we listened to the shots that were killing my daughter. I have shared photos with some of those representatives, hoping they would make a different choice. They didn't. November 24, we have an election coming up. Let's all get up and vote.
My name is Tara Donnelly, and these are my parents, Tim and Kim Donnelly, who were killed in our family jewelry store with a stolen unsecured gun.
My name is Christina Delgado, and this is a picture of Chris Stone, who was 17 when a gunman, 17 years old, had access to his father's short barrel shotgun, went into the high school at Santa Fe, into the art rooms, and killed Chris as he held the door shut and saved 7 lives.
I'm Wayne Richardson, my wife Judy Richardson. This is our daughter, 25 years old, shot and killed. It's unsolved.
My name is Mia Reed. This is my firstborn and only son. His name is Charles Woodrow Reed. His murder is unsolved. I did not lose him. He was murdered. His life was taken in Detroit, Michigan. I will never forget him. I will never forget yours. We have to keep on so the world will not forget either.
This is my nephew, Camilo Senchina Beltran. He was shot and killed 9 years ago tomorrow on the streets of San Francisco outside of a nightclub on a Saturday night by a 21-year-old who was himself a gun violence survivor. He had been shot he and his brother had been shot at the year before, and he survived and his brother died. So it's a tragic example of the cycle of violence that we're caught up in this country.
Ella es Gabriela con su hija Lupita de 5 años, las cuales fueron asesinadas en Guerrero el año 2018.
This is Gabriela and her daughter Lupita, who were killed in Guerrero in Mexico in 2018.
Gun violence shattered my life when a man that was not supposed to have a gun with mental illness walked into a Waffle House and took my 23-year-old son, Aquila da Silva, from me. I will always honor him with action. Thank you.
This is my son, Patrick, who was murdered in front of my home on New Year's Eve, 2004. I've been working for almost 20 years to bring an end to this. And I have to say also, I have to give a shout out to my dear friend, Miss Abby. I live 7 minutes away from Rich Neck Elementary School, where my friend nearly died by the hands of her 6-year-old student.
This is my son, Ricky Pike. He was shot and killed while trying to park in front of his new apartment in Chicago, Illinois, and I will always honor him with action.
This is a picture of me and my cousin Alex Schachter when we were 7 years old. 7 years after this picture was taken, Alex would be murdered at his desk in his English classroom in Parkland, Florida, by a gunman using an AR-15.
My name is Angela Weber. This is my Aunt Gwen Tomlinson, killed in Jacksonville, Florida, by her husband in a gun murder-suicide.
My name is Madeline Johnson, and I'm a survivor of the Oxford High School shooting that took place 2 years ago. And this is Madison Baldwin. She was my best friend, and she was killed about 20 feet away from me in the hallway.
This is my son, Arthur Strout. He was killed 5 weeks ago, just after I left him from playing pool for a couple of hours. This is his wife, Christy, and it happened less than 10 minutes after I left him with an assault weapon.
My name is Beata. This is my husband, Yorgos Stylianos. He immigrated from Greece to study with Richard Feynman. He created technologies to keep our country safe after 9/11. My daughter was 5 years old when I had to tell her that he would not be coming back because he completed suicide with a firearm.
My name is Chaplain Denise Reed from Baltimore, Maryland, Baltimore City Police Department. In memory of my precious son, Tavon Terrell Waters Sr. This is a picture of his homegoing celebration, April 8th, 2009. Also in memory of my brother's son, David Reese Jr., who was killed in Baltimore in 2020. In memory of my mother's baby brother, Sheldon Cox, was killed in Baltimore, Maryland, 1980. In memory of my precious cousin, Derek Wharton, who was killed at age 16 and shot in the head in Baltimore, Maryland. In memory of my great niece's father, Anthony McMillan, who was killed about 6 years ago, and my niece just had a mental breakdown after remembering what happened. In memory of my best friend's Dot Scriber's precious son, Louis A. Scott, killed in Baltimore, Maryland. God bless you.
Giselle Merck, this is my son, J.C. Webster, age 20. Robbery, shot, contact gunshot wound to the chest. My name is Marcia Lee. This is my cousin Trennis Milam, killed in Chicago while trying to protect his family. This is my son, Thomas Lee, killed in a suburb of Chicago at the age of 20 years old. His case is still unsolved, 15 years.
My name is Alicia Schemmel. This is my dad, Captain Don Schemmel. He was shot and killed in Chicago, Illinois, on his way to pick me up from work, driving a boat along the Chicago River, and his case is still unsolved.
My name is Kamala Kunz, and I'm a victim, witness, and survivor of the murder of my nephew, Jonathan Michael O'Shaughnessy, age 24, on July 3rd, 2017, in front of myself and his mother.
This is my son, Jonah Payne, who took his life at the age of 17 with his father's unsecured firearm.
My name is Diana. This is my son, Francesco, who took his life with an unsecured shotgun after being bullied in Long Island about his sexual orientation. LGBTQ kids are at 4 times the risk of committing suicide. Please protect all kids. Thank you.
My name is Marie Jean-Pierre.
And my name is Marie DeLuce.
And this is my
I'm sorry, this is my mother's grandson, and this is my nephew, Pierre-Paul Jean-Paul Jr. And, thank you for being here. Please continue to fight for the lives of our children, our loved ones. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
My name is Delphine Cherry. I lost my oldest, Thaisa. She was 16 coming out of a movie theater, and she was hit in the head by a stray bullet. She was killed instantly. I was pregnant with my son, Tyler, 20 years later. Tyler was going to a friend's party, he walked out of his house, and he was murdered. His case is still unsolved.
Hi, my name is Pam Bosley. This is my son.
Trevon Bosley.
My son Terrell was shot and killed at the age of 18 on April 4th, 2006 at a place that should have been safe, on the grounds of a church. His case remains unsolved. We need to get this together.
My name is Denise Marks, and this is my beautiful daughter, Emily Marks, who lost her life April 27th, 2012.
This is Eduardo Ovaldo. His family was not ready to be here, but they wanted him to be remembered, and they want you to know that he is the beloved father of 4 daughters, and that every year he went to the Highland Park Parade, and he was murdered in front of his 6-year-old son on July 4th, 2022.
I'm Nora Howell, and this is a photograph of my cousin's daughter, Elizabeth, who was killed on her way home from class at the State University of New York in February of 2022.
I'm Gloria, and this is my husband, Javier Casares. This is our daughter, Jackie Casares. She was 9 years old. She was killed in her fourth grade classroom in Uvalde, Texas.
Hi, my name is Jerry Mata. This is my wife, Veronica Mata, and my oldest daughter, Faith Mata, and we lost Tess Marie Mata on Uvalde shooting.
My name is Kimberly Rubio. This is my husband, Felix Rubio. This is our 10-year-old daughter, Lexi Rubio. She's a victim of the Robb Elementary School shooting in Uvalde, Texas. And Lexi's legacy will be change.
My name is Cindy Montoya. This is my 17-year-old self when I survived a home invasion, sexual assault, and shooting. The perpetrator had a domestic violence record.
Hello, my name is Ms. Hardy. This is Malik, Rashad, and Rashid. These young men, they live in DC, and they've lost 7 friends under 16 to gun violence. And here's a picture of 5 of their friends that they've lost.
This is David Rodriguez. He was shot more than 40 years ago in a road rage incident. The shooter was caught with another gun. He threw away the gun he shot my brother with.
My name is Ashley Annette Castillo. I've been a gun violence survivor since I was 6 years old, and today I'm honoring my great-grandfather, Petronilo Gomez, who was a victim of the silent Holocaust that occurred in Guatemala, claiming over 200,000 lives and displacing over 1 million Guatemalans. And every single day, I will fight for justice for both of my countries.
Hi, my name is Sedona Verrett. I just turned 16. When I was 14 years old, a shooter armed with an AR-15 shot 239 bullets into my school. This was me at 10 years old at the first March for Our Lives. I've been to both of them. And I'm also here to represent my great uncle who my grandmother's brother, who when he was 15 years old was shot and killed as a part of in a random gang shooting in Chicago, Illinois. This is him right here.
Hi, my name is Mia Levis Porter. This is my brother Cipriano C. Levis Jr., who died by gun suicide after a 5-year battle with schizophrenia. I was never afraid of my brother, but because of easy access to guns, he's no longer here.
My name is David Crespo. I don't have a photo because you can just look at my face. I'm a gun survivor. I'm a victim of robbery, being shot point blank in 2019. And I've never, apart from therapy, I've never shared this in public. So thank you for the space.
My name is Katie Woodall. I am a gunshot wound survivor of the deadliest mass shooting to date on U.S. soil, where 60 innocent people lost their lives to a madman shooting from a 32nd Street, 32nd story window with an assault rifle armed with a bump stock. It is time we ban these weapons of war.
My name is Tyler Vaughn, and this is my sister, Kimberly Vaughn, who was shot and killed in her own high school in Santa Fe, Texas.
And I'm Rhonda Hart, and I'm Tyler's mom and Kimberly's mom. And because of an unsecured weapon, a 17-year-old was able to murder 10 people at his high school.
Hi, I'm Charmaine Brown. This is a photo of my son, Jared Brown. He died in 2015 after being struck by a stray bullet in Atlanta, Georgia.
Hi, my name is Cynthia Duhart. This is my nephew who was innocently at a convenience store at the hands of a 17-year-old. He was shot and killed.
This is my son, the same young man as her nephew, Kristen Sharif Harris, loving father of 3 children, a 12-year-old daughter, a 6-year-old daughter, and a 2-year-old son. No longer have father-daughter dances. They're gone. The last one was the last one. Shot and killed after stopping by a convenience store en route during a robbery. A 17-year-old attempting to rob shot and killed Kristen. I will forever honor his name, and I pray that our legislators will do what is right for all of us, because we all are hurting and we all need the support to end gun violence. Thank you.
This is my brother-in-law, Steve Forsyth. He was killed in a mall shooting 3 days before Sandy Hook, and he left a wife, 2 kids, and my sister, fortunately, was not shot. She was there at the mall and had just left Steve's side when the shooting started.
Celeste Iroha. This is my uncle. He was a father of 4, husband of 19 years to my aunt. My aunt found out that he was gunned down on the job as a DoorDash driver. She ran to every hospital to find out that a security guard would have to tell her that her husband would not be coming home. He was shot and killed on the job, and she could not see his body. She was never able to open the casket until they buried him in Nigeria.
Good evening, my name is Jashawn Hill, and I'm honoring 2 of the only boys we had in my family on my father's side. My brother, whose life was taken December 1st, 2008, and then my cousins, whose life was taken August 21st, 2021. The irony of their lives being taken is that out of the loss of my brother, I was able to become the executive director of a nonprofit organization that responds to homicides in the city of Chicago, to only get the call while as the leader that it had hit my family yet again. And I hit the knees like so many do in this room, and I stand back up again, and I continue to fight.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Orlando McLean from Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. I'm a gun violence survivor. Got shot in the back of the head at the age of 10, where I died for 2 minutes and 17 seconds. I'm not going to say we're going to do anything because it don't matter, because I'm a gun violence survivor and I'm going to do something.
This is my sister, Patricia May Springer. My name is Barbara Stowe. She was shot and killed by a convicted felon that never should have had access to gun, domestic violence related.
Hi. My name is Garnell Whitfield. This is my mother, Mrs. Ruth Whitfield, 86 years old, killed while shopping in Buffalo, New York by a white supremacist armed with a AR-15.
I'm Reverend Jack Sullivan, Jr. I direct the Ohio Council of Churches. I stand tonight in memory of my baby sister, Jennifer Ann McCoy, shot to death in her home in Cleveland, Ohio in 1997, age 21. Jennifer Ann McCoy.
Hello, I am Calandrian Simpson Kemp. I am the mother of this wonderful young man named George Kemp Jr., and in the absence of my husband, George Kemp Sr., who could not be here today, I am from Houston, Texas, and young adults having access under the age of 20 murdered my son. And we have got to do something about that. I have to cradle this picture, hold this picture. This is all I have left of my baby boy, my only son, my legacy. No one that should not have guns should not have the right to take my child's life. Thank you.
My name is Bertha, and that was my nephew that she was talking about. But I'm also here for a friend of mine's daughter. Her name is Shanika Banks. She was killed 2 months ago, closing her food truck and leaving to go pick up her baby, and someone shot her in the head and killed her.
My name is Halak Barnia. I survived a school shooting 40 years ago and also leaving work one night, but I'm here on behalf of the thousands of patients I treat as an emergency room physician for gun violence that we see every single day.
Mi nombre es Angelina y él es mi amigo José Francisco Zapata Alvarado. Fue asesinado el 15 de diciembre del 2022.
My name is Angelina, and this is my friend Jose Francisco. He was murdered in
El 15 de diciembre
the December 15 of
2022.
2022.
Las armas legales de este país nos están matando en México y están alimentando los cárteles que nos están quitando amigos y familiares.
The legal arms from this country are killing people from Mexico, and they are taking us, our friends and relatives and loved ones.
Soy Nancy, mamá de Elvis, que de 17 años fue desaparecido en diciembre del 2010. Es una agonía intentar vivir. Es mi único hijo. Y esto es causado por las armas que están llegando a México ilegalmente. En México gritamos de dolor. ¿Dónde están? ¿Dónde están? Nuestros hijos, ¿dónde están?
Her name is Nancy. That's Elvis, her only child, who disappeared at the age of 17 in 2010. They've never found her body. She is a mother who cries alongside other mothers asking, where are our children? Their children have disappeared, victims to the gun violence in Mexico at the hand of guns from the U.S.
Mi nombre es Antonio Tizapa, él es Jorge Antonio Tizapa, estudiante de una escuela en México, desaparecido en el 2014, septiembre 26 y 27. No solamente él, sino fueron 42 compañeros más estudiantes y hasta la fecha no tenemos noticias de ellos. En su desaparición utilizaron armas de Estados Unidos, de Alemania y de Italia. Armas legales y armas ilegales. El día sábado mataron a una sobrina. Las armas que están mandando de Estados Unidos a México. Pedimos un alto. Estos son sus compañeros. Son 43 estudiantes desaparecidos desde 2014 utilizando armamento de Estados Unidos, de Alemania y de Italia. Gracias.
His name is
Antonio.
No, el tuyo.
Antonio.
His name is Antonio. His son is Jose Antonio. He disappeared in 2014, September of 2014. Yep. He's one of 43 missing children, all the students who disappeared again at the hand of gun violence with arms provided by the U.S. government, not the government, by the U.S., by Italy, and by Germany. Please make it a stop. They're killing their children.
My friends, I hear and feel your pain, and we have so many people waiting to say the name of themselves and of the child or the person that they've lost. So I invite you to be a little briefer. I know I sound like a jerk doing it. I apologize. But if you look back, you'll see that there is many names to hear, and let us bear witness to all of them. Thank you for your brevity.
My name is Jackie Haggerty. This is how old I was. I was 7 years old when I survived the Sandy Hook shooting. I don't think that any 7-year-olds should watch their principal bleed out on the hallway floor.
My name is Audrey Nichols. I'm a survivor of the Sandy Hook school shooting, and this is me when I was 7.
Today we're here to honor my sister, Eva Mireles, who was killed at the Robb Elementary School shooting in Uvalde, Texas, and we will honor her with action.
My name is Megan Ackerman. I'm from Los Angeles. I became a gun violence victim 20 years ago when I witnessed a shooting outside my high school, and then again 10 years ago when my waitress was shot and killed in front of me.
My name is Danny Cohn. This is my father, Michael, and my sibling, Lexi, and that is our cousin, Jackie Lovey Sundheim, who was murdered in front of us at the July 4th, 2022 parade in Highland Park, Illinois.
My daughter, Mia Tretta, and her best friend, Dominic Blackwell. Mia was shot and survived. Dominic did not. Fight for those who no longer have a voice.
We are Steve and Chandra Emerson. This is our son, Maxwell. He was murdered July 5th, 2023, right here in Washington, D.C.
Good evening. I stand in honor of my son, Kenneth Mitchell, who died in 2005. We're still standing on his legacy.
My name is Carmen Lodato. This is my mom, Ruth Ann. She was a music teacher. Her music was silenced on February 6, 2014, when she was murdered at my home nearby Alexandria.
My name is Jeremy Stein. I'm the executive director of Connecticut Against Gun Violence. This is my uncle David. I was in college when I got the phone call that he had joined the more than 26,000 other people who die from gun suicide every year. We need to do way more to prevent one more gun suicide, including passing safe storage mandates.
My name is Sean Reeves Sr. This is my son, Sean Reeves Jr. August 11, 2011, he was tragically killed in the city of New Haven. I'm here to represent the other 100+ fathers and sons that have been murdered in my city.
My name is Patty Brockington, and I survived my suicide simply because my family removed my gun. I will continue to fight for red flag laws.
My name is Jill Henderson, and I lost my son Darian in 2007, and 10 years later, my son Bakari Henderson. My name is Jill Henderson.
This is my sister Laura, 36, and Sarah, 5 years old, Rachel, 3 years old, and April, 5 months old.
They were killed by our brother-in-law, their father and husband, on September 11th of 1995.
My name is Jennifer Luger. This is my husband, Scott Spohr, who died by suicide with gun in 2009 when our children were 7 and 13.
My name is Clara. I'm here for all the people currently being murdered by the hands of U.S. weapons in Palestine. Congress people, please listen to the majority of Democratic voters and call for a permanent ceasefire now.
We are Terrence and Florence McCrary. Our son, Terrence McCrary Jr., was tragically hit by a stray bullet at a party. He was 22 years old. He went to attend a birthday event for his friend and didn't come home that night. We will stand on behalf of others who cannot articulate what they need to around these laws and gun violence. Thank you.
Also, Berkeley Skate Park, first black skate park in the nation, named after my son, Berkeley legend.
My name's Siobhan Crystal. This is my sister, Essence Crystal, killed in a drive-by shooting, 2011.
My name is Diana Garlington. This is my daughter, Essence Crystal. She was shot and killed in a drive-by shooting in 2011.
My name is TJ Shushariba, and this is my wife, Jennifer Gonzalez Shushariba. She was murdered on March 9th, 2018 by a veteran suffering from post-traumatic stress disorder. We were 27 weeks pregnant, expecting our first child, Cecilia Rose Shushariba.
I am Liz Russell. I am a survivor of that incident. Jen was my good friend and my sister-in-law's best friend, the first person to watch my twins when they were infants, and we miss her.
My name is Todd Bozeman. This is my wife, T. Bozeman, my sister-in-law, Monique Bennett. This is my son, Blake Bozeman, who was murdered, who was shot and killed by a stray bullet September 23rd, 2023, 2.5 months ago. Father of 3, newly married in July.
Right here in Washington, D.C., 31 years old. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
This is my son, Kelvon Daniels. He was killed in 2017 in Oakland, California, shot in the back of his head by a coward that couldn't face him.
My name is Brenda Grisham, and this is my son, Christopher Lavelle Jones, 17. He was murdered New Year's Eve 2010 in Oakland, California, as he ran back to the car to get my granddaughter.
My name is Dylan Lavero, and this is my friend Daniel. Daniel is one of many young men in America in rural areas that took his own life with an unsecured gun. His death helped motivate me to become interested in gun violence prevention policy, which is part of why I moved to DC. And a little over 2 weeks before I was to start an internship in the Senate to work on gun violence prevention, while I was walking home, a gunman perched on a balcony fired over 300 rounds into a school that I was walking past and onto the street, hitting several folks, and we were very lucky that we didn't lose any lives that day.
My name is Paul Friedman, and in 1981, after college, I came to Washington to work as an intern for Chuck Schumer. And shortly after that, I was in Florida on vacation, where I met up with 3 of my relatives, all older relatives who were all on vacation, separate vacations. We had lunch. My oldest, Elizabeth, Aunt Elizabeth, who was 83, she was a wonderful woman. She went on to Miami from where we had lunch, and 4 criminals entered the motel where they were staying. A bullet was fired through the bathroom door when one of them heard a noise, and she was killed. I went on, thankfully, to law school and then came to Washington again. In 2016, I became the executive director of the nonprofit created by the families of the victims of the Virginia Tech tragedy. And in 2019, I decided to create my own organization, Safer Country, which is still operating today. And we work out of Alexandria, Virginia, mostly on public awareness campaigns and the red flag law and other matters. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
This is Robert and Joan Griswold, dear members of our family, and he is my husband's best friend. And she was shot by someone invading the home, and he was shot as he was fighting the assailant. It brought us to our knees, and our grief brought us to our feet, and we're part of the Delaware Coalition Against Gun Violence because we are sworn to action.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else who hasn't come up? This is your moment. Thank you all. Thank you for being here, and thank you for allowing us to witness your family and your loss. Amen.
say I'm not enough. Every single lie that tells me I will never measure up. Am I more than just the sum of every high and every low? Remind me once again just who I am, because I need to know. Ooh, you say I am loved when I can't feel a thing. You say I am strong when I think I am weak. You say I am held when I am falling short, and when I don't belong. Oh, you say I am yours, and I believe. Oh, I believe what you say of me. I believe the only thing that matters now is everything you think of me. I find my worth in you. I find my identity. Ooh, oh, you say I am loved when I can't feel a thing. So you say I am strong when I think I am weak. You say I am held when I am falling short, and when I don't belong. Oh, you say I am yours, and I believe. Oh, I believe what you say of me. Oh, I believe. Taking all I have, and now I'm laying it at your feet. You have every failure, God. You have every victory. Ooh, oh, you say I am loved when I can't feel a thing. You say I am strong when I think I am weak. You say I am held when I am falling short, and when I don't belong. Oh, you say I am yours, and I believe. Oh, I believe what you say. Yes, I believe. Oh, I believe. I am loved. I am strong. I am held. Yes, I believe. I believe.
Hi. I have something written that I'm going to say, but I can't help but say something really personal after that, because if you had told my 15-year-old self that I would stand up here one day and do this, I would say that's all I wanted in the world, was to tell people how important it is to stop these things from happening. And now all I want in the world is to not be here, because I wish it had stopped. But let me tell you my story. My name is Tiffany Starr. I'm from northern New Jersey. Thank you for being here to honor the lives forever changed and stolen by gun violence. My life was forever changed, and my dad's life was taken by a dangerous guy with a gun. When I was just 15, I enjoyed a strong, loving, and happy family life. My 17-year-old sisters and I were busy in sports, theater, student council, church. Our family was well known in our community. My dad, Steve Starr, known to most as Coach, was a charismatic, funny, and passionate football coach and sixth grade teacher. He used humor to connect with the youth that he loved to mentor. Our happy, secure family life came to an end on a crisp December morning, a few days after Christmas, when we woke to gunshots. My sister's abusive ex-boyfriend turned stalker shot the locks off the doors to our home to break in. He attempted to take my sister, but my dad was able to reach her just in time and pull her to safety, but he was shot in the process. He got up and he fought, but was shot a second time and killed as my mom, sister, and I ran from the house. We made it to the safety of a neighbor's home, and the gunman eventually left and killed himself a few hours later. While my dad's fight allowed the rest of my family to physically survive, my family died that day. My childhood ended in an instant, and a new life of learning to live with PTSD began. A shooting is a horrific moment in time, but nothing can prepare you for the decades of aftermath. The lasting emotional, physical, legal, and financial costs of surviving gun violence are immeasurable for survivors and their communities. It has been almost 30 years now, and I still mourn the family that I lost. We simply could never be the same. And now, as a mother to a 9-year-old son, my dad's absence stares me in the face. I desperately wish that my son could have his pop-pop in his life. And this is not the life that I want him to grow up in. Too many of us know this pain, know this grief, live this trauma. Too many of us know the reality that a gun can instantly end a life, destroy a family, and impact lives for generations to come. Please honor me, honor my dad, honor my family by saying star, star. And then take one step further and vow to honor us with action by engaging in the fight to keep firearms out of the hands of dangerous people, especially abusers. Thank you.
I greet you this evening. My name is Pastor Sam Saylor. I reside in Hartford, Connecticut. I pastor a church in Springfield, Massachusetts. 11 years ago, I came to this first vigil because 12 years ago, I lost my 20-year-old son on the 20th of October. We became the 20th gun victim, homicide victim in the city of Hartford at the age of 20 years old, at the hands of a 20-year-old. I couldn't explain that day, probably still can't explain this day, what kind of hole that left in my life as a father. See, I was doing everything that I was supposed to do in the community, serve the community well, be an example and a mentor in the community for other children, go to church, pay my tithes and my offering, pray to God, hope to God, put my faith in God. On the 20th of October, I begged and pleaded for God to save my son's life, to bring him back to life. But God did not answer in the affirmative. I had to live with a big hole in my life and try to repair it. And a few weeks later, I heard the horrific news of 20 little babies losing their life in Newtown, Connecticut. Then Vice President Biden came to Danbury that February after the Newtown shooting and had a press conference and a day-long conference where speaker after speaker talked about gun violence and always making urban gun violence a footnote or an appendage in their conversation. The 40 urban parents that were there that day, after waiting 4.5 hours to meet with Vice President Biden, laid on him all of their concerns and their frustrations and disappointments in reactions and coverage for their children, the countless number of unsolved murders that still lingers today and growing in our community. We felt like a footnote, I told Vice President Biden, and we're angry about that. And he sat back in his chair with his Pepsi in his hand and said, "You are a footnote." At that time, we were trying to get the door open in Washington to get them to listen to us, he said. We're all just being ignored, but we got the door open because 20 little babies savagely lost their lives. Help us get the door open. And we agreed. 11 years later, after hard work and camaraderie and cooperation and partnership, as we have here today, the door is open. The partnership is working. Thought answers were coming, but they weren't coming fast enough. I want to talk about the pain that stains is a pain that remains. Many of you know, after watching this parade of pain just now, you know that it never goes away. We hunger for justice and peace, and we hunger for answers. And we really hunger for this situation to go away. We've been fighting very hard, sometimes still feeling like urban violence is a footnote in the conversation. We hear the word mass shootings and we stand up. But let me tell you something. When a 20-year-old boy gets a 22 caliber bullet in his body and it ricochets and destroys everything in him that would sustain life, to me and his mother, that's a mass shooting. He wasn't in the wrong place at the wrong time. He wasn't breathing foreign air or robbing anyone. He was living a life and shot down dead like a rabid dog. You know, one thing I realize in this room, that we all deserve to die. Each and every one of you deserve to die. But not after the narrative of living a long, long life, putting 40, 50 years into work, getting a gold watch. I don't know if there's still gold watch. I didn't get one when I retired. Getting a gold watch, babysitting your grandchildren, rocking them on your lap, and sitting on your porch or your front porch or back porch and saying, "Lord has given me a good life." That is not the narrative of many of our children in today's world, in today's America. That is not the narrative that we have to struggle with. We have to answer our little babies that, "Mommy, am I going to come home today? Am I going to see my sweet 16? Of course you will, baby, knowing we don't really know. There's a conversation that needs to happen. And each of you here, not by your own power. You're here because there's something inside of you that's been planted inside of you by a greater power, a higher power. I call him God. It's planted inside of you a quest for righteous justice. It causes an organization at Newtown Action Alliance to work voluntarily for 11 years to keep pushing the door open because babies deserve to live. They deserve to have their own opinion. They deserve to live long enough to pay their bills and pay their taxes and vote, get a flat tire, get married. But we have a pain that stings. And on April 21st of this year, when I thought it was over or under control, the parade came by my door again. The daughter of my 20-year-old son, at the age of 12 years old, hanging out with some friends, is shot down dead at 12 years old. This is the narrative that is playing on the streets of urban America. And sometimes it's just not about the guns. It's about the systemic pressure that's on the urban communities around America. The sense of forgetfulness that we have when it comes to our trauma and our trying to live in suppressive situations in this country. This 20-year-old boy who did not get the chance to raise his child, his daughter did not get a chance to see her sweet 16th birthday. A few weeks before she died, and she didn't die, she was murdered. As one said already, she wasn't lost, she was robbed. She was stolen. She was forfeited of her life by some children who thought guns are a toy. Maybe they thought we could press the restart button and she'll get back up again, but there's no restart button. And we're losing too many of our children because we have a slothful leadership that doesn't want to listen, doesn't want to see our children grow up, seemingly, thinking that we have measurable losses that we can accommodate for the sake of the right to have so many guns in this country. My granddaughter said to me, secret, she called me up and said, "Grandpa, I want you to pay for my hair." And I said, "Oh, okay, I'll do that. Let me know if you got good girl status with your mom." Called the mom back. Mom got me about an hour later and said, "Okay, yeah, she got good girl status. You can pay for her hair." She wanted $50. I said, "Baby girl, I'll bring you the $50. She said, "Grandpa, it's now $100. In an hour, I asked, how could hair go from $50 to $100? Give me a reason. Maybe it's because you were buying it on the slide and now you got to go to a retail store and pay retail. Tell me something. Her answer to me was, "Papa, you owe me. Papa, you owe me." With an attitude, too. I can only imagine her going like this. And I told her, like, "Girl, who you talking to? What I want to give you, I can't reach you and give you." But she kept calling, and I said, "You want to apologize for your attitude?" She never did. She was kind of sassy. I was going to give her the money anyway. That was my baby girl. But her words haunt me to this day. And I want to pass it on to you. Imagine all the children of America who want to live the American narrative of the home, the free and the brave. Imagine them telling you that you owe them. Imagine them telling every adult in America that we owe our children a stronger fight. I watched us be too polite in the last 11 years, asking leaders, elected leaders, for a way of living that is safe for our children. And they gave us lip service. So I want you to know that you owe the children yet to be surrendered to death because we just want to take a casual step forward. We got to become more vigorous, more intentional, more hungry for a better narrative, one where our children will come home and our schools are safe and our churches are safe and our consumer centers are safe and everything is safe to a reasonable reason. But now we never know. I used to thought that was the only gun death I had to worry about, personally. But now I know none of our children are safe until we pay the IOU and present to them safer laws and a safer environment. Secret is gone, but her IOU still stands. And I gladly relinquish to every heart in here that IOU, that when you get tired, you don't think we're making any grounds, you got to pick it up and push it forward. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. I'm Mark Hamill. I'm sorry I can't be with you in person to share this message, but I wanted to express my deepest condolences for your losses due to the tragedy of gun violence in America. We are the greatest country in the world, but we also have the greatest gun problem in the world. No other nation comes close. Nearly 50,000 Americans die from gun violence every year, and guns have become the #1 killer of children and teens. We need to end this public health crisis now. Ban assault weapons now. Enact universal background checks now. Pass red flag laws now. It gives me great hope that you're there on Capitol Hill trying to create change, and I thank each and every one of you for being there to honor your loved ones by taking action to protect the lives of all Americans. I know this work isn't easy, but you're on the right side of history, and I'm beyond grateful for your efforts to end the scourge of gun violence in this nation. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Seth Rogen.
And I'm Lauren Miller Rogen.
Thank you for gathering tonight. We are honored to be a small part of your important effort.
We want to recognize the unimaginable grief and loss you've experienced and to commend you for summoning the strength to turn your pain into purpose.
We understand the power of personal connection to a mission. Our work to support families impacted by Alzheimer's disease is motivated by our own deeply personal experience and its lasting impact on our family and community. We have seen the profound transformation that occurs when a personal passion meets a commitment to creating solutions.
In the face of incredible adversity, you've become unwavering advocates for a cause that is needlessly polarizing despite its obvious necessity. We want you to know that you are not alone. Guns do not create safety, but community does. We are inspired by your commitment, and we stand with you.
That gun violence is the leading cause of death for children in America is abhorrent. And that is a completely solvable problem, and that we have yet to solve it is shameful. We share your vision for a country in which a long, safe, healthy life is a given, not a chance.
And we share your commitment to standing firmly on the right side of history, each of us today finding the resilience to shape a better future.
Thank you for this opportunity to reflect on the power of unity and shared experience. We are all better for standing together against needless gun violence.
Thank you for having the courage to honor with action.
Just very quickly, I grew up in a town of 200 people in Kansas. Have lived in Nashville, Tennessee since. So I've only ever lived in red states, which has always been really hard, but especially this last year, witnessing the Covenant School shooting, protesting relentlessly just for the special session about that to not even be heard. But nights like tonight and folks like y'all give me hope, and I wrote this song about that hope and the America that I know we can get to. So. I grew up with cornfields in every direction, and that's where I learned all of my lessons about life and living without fences in the land of the free to have opinions. If you work a job, you ought to make a living. And George Strait or George Gay, there's no difference. People need help, and I think that we should listen. The three chords, and my truth is, I'm a good old boy with a bleeding heart. Just a homegrown hick with a hybrid car. I think y'all means all, and I know we all just wanna know that we belong. And there's a lot more color in the mix when you're loud and proud out in the sticks. I am what I am, you get what you get. Yeah, I guess I'm a red state blue neck. My American dream is wide open spaces, plenty of room for us all to be safe in. Yeah, that's the future that I'm chasing, so I'm gonna go make it. I'm a good old boy with a bleeding heart, just a homegrown hick with a hybrid car. I think y'all means all, and I know we all just wanna know that we belong. And there's a lot more color in the mix when you're loud and proud out in the sticks. I am what I am, you get what you get. Yeah, I guess I'm a red state blue neck. Can a country kid wanna see the glass in the shatter? Wanna see a world where black lives matter, and liberty and justice for just some of us. Stay now, the heartland brought me up. I'm a good old boy with the bleeding heart, just a homegrown hick with a hybrid car. I think y'all means all, and I know we all just wanna know that we belong. And there's a lot more color in the mix when you're loud and proud out in the sticks. I am what I am, you get what you get. Yeah, I guess I'm a red state blue neck. I'm a red state blue neck. Yeah, I guess I'm a red state blue neck.
I want to thank everyone for your patience. We felt it was really important for all the survivors here to be able to share their stories. So thank you for staying here as the program has been expanded. But I want to invite 4 of my heroes who give me so much hope in the gun violence prevention community. It's David Hogg, Greg Jackson, Rob Wilcox, and Dr. Williams. Come on up.
Good evening. Come on, one more time, y'all. Good evening. I'm Greg Jackson. Unfortunately, I've been to almost every single one of these vigils. The first time I stood before this mic was months after I was shot, and the bullet that hit 2 arteries and nearly cost me my life. And I thought that would have been the most heartbreaking traumatic moment in this gun violence movement for me, but it wasn't. This year was. This year, I lost one of my closest mentees, DeMarcos Pinckney. I met DeMarcos when he was 11 years old. And he looked me in the eye and said, "I'm here. I want to fight to make my neighborhood safer." He said, "I want to spread peace in my neighborhood." DeMarcos organized his own marches to address gun violence, spoke out loudly, stood at Capitol Hill alongside us as we introduced the Break the Cycle of Violence Act, fought his tail off to get just good enough grades to play football. And he wasn't that good. He couldn't catch. He wanted to be a receiver. But I was like, all right, whatever you believe in, we got you. But he believed in himself. And this year, DeMarcos was shot and killed in his front porch with his cousins, 8:15 in the evening. And all I could think was, maybe I failed him, you know, and I didn't do enough in this movement. And I've carried that with me ever since that moment until I went to his funeral. And in a church like this, I saw a church packed with people who had helped him, had supported him, had coached him, had loved him, his family, his friends, other mentees, other activists, other leaders. And I realized that I didn't fail DeMarcos. The community didn't fail DeMarcos. Our leadership had failed DeMarcos. But I believed in him, and our community believed in him. And that heartbreak in me didn't really start to subside until the announcement of the White House Office of Gun Violence Prevention. And not because of the pictures, not because of the Rose Garden, not because of the Instagram thing they made us do, but because we have a president and a vice president that doesn't just believe in policy, doesn't just believe in budgets, doesn't just believe in dollars and media hits and talking points and visits, but believes in survivors. And he proved that by hiring 2 survivors of gun violence to help lead this office. And we didn't have no fancy, government background, but he knew where our hearts were, and he knew where our minds were, and he knew where our work would be. And that would be fighting for you every single day. And so I'm so inspired to be here because we have a president that believes in survivors, believes in communities, and believes that those that are most impacted have the answers. They have the solutions, but most importantly, they have the endurance and energy to fight the fight that we need to fight to win and end gun violence once and for all. Sorry if my energy's a little off, man, but this is hard. But Rob said, Greg, you got to tell them what we've been doing, man. They think we're over there eating crab cakes. So I'm going to give you a quick list. Y'all ready? Are y'all ready? Yeah. All right, ride with me. So the White House Office of Gun Violence Prevention, already, we are in week 12, and we help usher in historic expansions to victim services to those impacted by violence. We funded over 14,000 additional school-based mental health professionals. That's a 35% increase. Met with over 3,600 community leaders and activists, 19 governors, 17 mayors, and now we're actually planning the largest convening of state legislators in White House history. So, yeah, it's gonna be dope. We've worked with 15 states to help advance emergency risk protection strategies, announced funding to provide crucial youth employment programs for neighborhoods that have been most impacted by gun violence, denied over 470 gun purchases from those under 21 due to extreme risks or extreme flags in their background checks, arrested over 200, come on, I got more, We've arrested over 290 gun traffickers to stop the flood of illegal guns into our streets. We built the first ever interagency emergency response system for gun violence that is already offering coordinating support to Las Vegas tonight. We have met with 16 agencies to explore new executive actions. I ain't gonna steal Rob's thunder on that. We've created model legislation for both safe storage and stolen firearms that will be pushed across the country, executed the largest federal response to mass shooting history in Lewiston, Maine, and then you didn't hear about this, but provided support in Memphis, Chicago, and actively in Las Vegas. We announced 3,739 grants totaling $4.4 billion specifically for community safety. And last but not least, today, we got a whiteboard in our office. So that's what we've done in 12 weeks. And so our last thing I will just share, that's a good start to work, right? But last thing I will just share is that we have 333 days until the American people decide the future of this office. 332 days. 332. And so we're going to work our butts off every single second until that bell goes off. But don't stand back and watch. Don't stand back and celebrate. We don't have to take that many pictures. I want you to move with that same tenacity and urgency as we are. So last thing I'm going to ask you to do, please raise your hands up as high as you can. Good job. Okay, raise them a little higher. See, that's proof that everybody here can do a little bit more. So take that with you, and we'll see you next year. Thank you. And man, please give a big round of applause to my fellow deputy. I stole all his talking points, Rob Wilcox.
All right, how's everyone doing? So my name's Rob Wilcox. I'm the other deputy director of the White House Office for Gun Violence Prevention, an office run by gun violence survivors and for gun violence survivors. With the privilege to be established by President Biden, overseen by Vice President Harris, and directed by Stephanie Feldman, three incredible leaders that knew that we had to be working on this crisis, this public health crisis, every single day. And that they also knew that we couldn't do it alone. We had to do it together, and we had to do it filled with hope. Because we are filled with heartbreak every single day. When I was sitting at the Rose Garden for this announcement, I was thinking, right, the office was announced, it was incredible. Representative Frost was up there, the vice president, the president, and my mind was racing because Greg was on my right, my kids were on my left, and all I thought about was why I was doing this. And I thought about the funeral that I had been at about 20 years prior. And man, I could still see it, right? Like we all see those moments. I see the sunlight going up. I see the dust floating up, the sunlight coming through, it's reflecting. And I felt what it was like to be back there again in that moment. Because after that funeral on January 10th, 2001, I went to Washington, D.C., thinking we'd make a difference. And when I got there, what I found out in a newspaper article is that there was a quote that said, "If we win this election, we'll be working out of the West Wing." And that wasn't the gun safety movement talking. It was the gun lobby. So 22 years ago, that was the situation. And decisions that were made in policy, we've had to live with and lost lives. And then about 10 years ago, the same time that Greg was in a hospital bed recovering, watching our leaders fail to pass a background check bill in the Senate, I was watching from New York. And I remember standing up, moving close to that TV, thinking to myself, well, it's finally going to happen, right? That hope is inside of us, right? It's fueling us. It's a tenacity that just keeps us going. And so I walk up, and that vote fails. I made this choice to come back into this movement space, and I saw what we could do together over 10 years when we passed the Bipartisan Safer Communities Act. And I saw a bill that didn't just have one policy, but had 6 gun safety policies that addressed firearm suicide, domestic violence, community violence, mass shootings, every form of gun violence. And our job is now to implement it. And that is what we do every single day, is we work with our agency partners, we figure out where the gaps and the opportunities are, and we do absolutely as much as we can under the leadership of President Biden and Vice President Harris to make sure that we maximize those benefits. And the last thing I'll tell you is there was nothing that went through my head stronger sitting in the Rose Garden thinking about that newspaper article of the gun lobby saying they were going to work out of the West Wing, to know that gun violence survivors were going to be working in the first ever White House Office of Gun Violence Prevention. So I know we feel the heartbreak, but tell me, do we feel the hope? Tell me, do we feel the hope? Tell me, do we feel the hope? I do too. Thank you so much. I'd like to introduce my good friend, movement champion, David Hogg.
Wow. First of all, I think there's somebody that who absolutely never gets enough credit in the movement ever, and they are always working so hard. And I just want to shout them out once again. Poe Murray. You know, I've seen a lot of cowards in this work that are afraid to stand up, afraid to say too much or say the wrong thing, even when they feel otherwise. Poe has never been one of those people, and she has always been on the vanguard of fighting for what is right, no matter what the polls say, because Poe brings together a coalition that drags the polls to her and makes people win. I wanted to thank Rob for the perfect introduction, unintentionally, to my speech, which is, you know, in that theme of hope. When I started in the gun safety movement after Parkland, I was motivated. I was not necessarily motivated by hope, but by a righteous indignation. A righteous indignation for the anger I had because of what happened to my 17 classmates, teachers, and administrators who were murdered by a gunman with an AR-15, and also by the system that legally armed him. I was also motivated by guilt. Guilt that, as a debate student, I had spent the past 4 years having to argue on both sides of the gun issue with my classmates, but never speaking to those who needed to hear me most about it. After the shooting, people told us it was great that we cared, but that we were just a bunch of kids, and that this is Florida and nothing changes here. Sounds familiar, right? So we got to work, and we proved them wrong. We raised the age to buy a gun to 21 in Florida and passed a red flag law. Pollsters told us that young people don't vote, that they don't care. So we grabbed some clipboards, and with the help of our friends at Headcount and Rock the Vote, we registered tens of thousands of young people across the country. We walked out by the millions from our schools, our elementary schools, our middle schools, high schools, and colleges around the country, demanding an end to gun violence. And then we voted at the highest rates in American history, not just once, but 3 times now. The pundits told us that everyday Americans don't care, and we're just a group of a loud minority of people who are more interested in tweeting than doing anything else, and that we would never show up. So we put on our shoes, and we marched for our lives by the millions. Politicians told us that this is not a winning issue. So we got to work, even as most of us weren't even old enough to vote. And you know what we did? We defeated more NRA-backed politicians as a bunch of teenagers than ever before in American history with all of your help. The puppets of the gun lobby then said that 2018 was just a blip, that these Parkland kids were going to be irrelevant soon enough. But then we made those NRA puppets not relevant anymore. By defeating the biggest NRA puppet of them all, the former president. Policy experts told us that we'd never have enough votes to break through the filibuster and get any gun safety legislation passed after Uvalde. And we said this time is going to be different over and over again. So we put on our marching shoes and we went back out there and marched and protested. And as a movement of thousands of people and organizations, we passed the first gun law in 30 years. And guess what? Not a single politician who voted for it lost their re-election just because of it. Then professors went on and told me that we could never elect the first Gen Z member of Congress, let alone that they could come from March for Our Lives. But we proved them wrong, electing the first Gen Z member of Congress, Maxwell Alejandro Frost, and the first, not only the first Gen Z member of Congress, but the first member of March for Our Lives and the first of many in Congress. Those same pundits said that we could never create an Office of Gun Violence Prevention. So Maxwell's first bill, Congressman Frost's first bill, was to create an office. And within a year of his election, he was introducing the President of the United States for the creation of the Office of Gun Violence Prevention. Just today, spearheaded by Chuck Schumer, several gun safety bills were introduced for votes, all of them blocked by the puppets of the NRA. Now, I don't know about you all, but I feel like I've seen this story before, and I know how it ends. And I know that I personally believe that if we don't have a government that properly represents the people, a government that doesn't change gun laws, I think it's time to change who's in government and put some of those pollsters and pundits out of business and politicians out of business. Look, I spent a lot of money in the past 4 years of my life studying history. One of the main things that I learned was that great generations are not made by destiny, but by necessity. Awful moments and great challenges create and forge the leaders that our country needs to perfect our very imperfect union that we call America. I know from that history, the single greatest threat to American democracy currently is one and the same as the single greatest threat to our movement: hopelessness. The belief that we are so powerless that we can't change anything. It's an easy trap to fall into because those that are fighting against us want us to fall into that. The belief that far too many believe right now that the system is so broken it is unfixable, which fuels the hopelessness that the gun lobby and the former president needs to continue getting reelected and making this issue worse. But we don't have to listen to them. Part of the challenge of what we deal with here is it's hard to talk about the shootings that did not happen. We don't know who's not here today because they weren't infected by gun violence because of a red flag law, like the 6,000 times the one in Parkland has been used since the shooting, or universal background checks that are used thousands and thousands of times every year to stop dangerous individuals. In fact, one of those individuals was somebody who's an NRA supporter who sent a death threat to my own mother that said, F with the NRA and you'll be DOA. We used the law that we passed after Parkland to disarm the individual that threatened to kill my mother. If that did not happen, if we as a bunch of kids listened, when we were just kids, listened to those that said that it was impossible to make change, I may have been one of those people up here today talking about my mother and how she was taken by gun violence. But because of the work that we've done, we have saved lives. Because of that work, she's alive today, teaching a class of 2nd and 3rd graders. But I still fear for her every day because her profession is so dangerous in this country of being a teacher. But we have to keep fighting until nobody has to be here and gun violence is left in our history books and not our headlines. People often ask me, why do I have hope? And I often respond to them that I don't. But the truth is I do. But more than that, I have righteous indignation and a refusal to accept that gun violence is a leading cause of death or the cause of death for anyone in this country. And I have history as my guide. I have to believe that when previous generations, President Biden's generation, they went through a different type of drill in their schools. They went through nuclear bomb drills. That generation went on to pass the largest arms reduction treaties in human history. I have to believe with our generation, we will do much the same and meet this moment for our country. Just as President Biden and his generation made nuclear bomb drills history and not headlines, our generation too will make school shooter drills a thing for the history books and not our headlines or our classrooms. The biggest threat to our success is the lie that makes us believe that it's not possible, when there's plenty of evidence literally right here that it is possible. But when I tell you right now that if a bunch of kids, not kids anymore, unfortunately, this font's very small, when a bunch of kids in Parkland and thousands of cities, right? This movement did not start with Parkland. It started far, far before it. It does not end in Parkland. It goes far beyond Parkland. And it doesn't just go with mass shootings. It goes with gun suicides that are 2/3 of gun deaths. It goes with everyday gun violence that happens all over the place, which has multiple factors that drive into it, including why does somebody choose to pick up a gun in the first place, where we have to address the systemic evils of society that Dr. King talked about that drive so much gun violence. But ultimately, if we've marched together in unison, even if we are all affected in so many different ways by this issue, but we have the same resounding call for change, and we're not just running, hiding, and trying to fight like we've been taught growing up, but instead we've repurposed that to start running for office like Congressman Frost by the thousands, to start fighting for a future where all kids can be safe in their schools and communities without the fear of gun violence inside or outside of their schools or their homes. I have to believe that if those young people in Florida can change laws there, and we've done so in other places, that our generation will end this issue, but we have to keep fighting. And I know it's going to happen because we're still here fighting every single day, and I'm with you. So thank you. And now to introduce Brian Williams.
Good evening. I'm Dr. Brian Williams, and I'm an Air Force veteran, trauma surgeon, and candidate for Congress. If elected, I'd be the first trauma surgeon elected to Congress. I've been truly inspired by what I've been seeing tonight. I went through the full range of emotions, from sadness to anger to righteous indignation to just being inspired by the stories and the energy and the strength in this room. So I just want to say tonight, I stand with you in remembrance of all those in our families and loved ones who have been taken from us. Now, throughout my career, I've worked at some of the busiest trauma centers in this country. And in these hospitals, there seems to be a never-ending flow of gun violence victims. I've worked for decades to mend the bodies broken by gun violence that come through my hospitals and to try to heal the communities and the families impacted by gun violence. Now, I've saved hundreds of lives, like hundreds, but I've lost count of how many I could not save. And those memories stick with a person. The patients that do survive, they have scars, mental and physical, that may never heal. I've sat with strangers, like many of you, and had to deliver the news to parents that they will never see their child alive again. But in those moments, I know what that's like, because I've actually been on the other side of that conversation. I too am a survivor. My cousin was shot and killed by her intimate partner. She fell to the ground holding her baby, and her 2 other children watched her killer flee. This past Easter, we buried my other cousin, who was also killed by gun violence. So I understand that pain and that anger that comes from that senseless violence. And there have been times I've let that anger consume me, like it cuts me off from the world around me. But I've learned that true healing, like we're about healing tonight, right? It begins with embracing my anger and channeling that pain into purpose. And that's what gives me hope. Because I know we can do big things here in our nation's capital. We can. That's when I first met this Dynamo Poe. We passed the gun safety bill last year, and I worked with Democratic leaders, some who were here earlier, to get that law passed. And we did that because of many people in this room right now, the activists and survivors who've been relentless in this ongoing fight for justice. And I'm also inspired by the young people. I'm 54, so you can define young however you want. But like, y'all are leading this movement. And you have grown up in this fight, and you know that we don't have to live this way. We do not have to live this way. You're creating the world that the next generation, like many of us, think is unimaginable, right? A world where we can send our children, they can go to school and feel safe in the classrooms, where we can come to church and not scan for exits or go to the grocery store or the theater and not worried about how we're going to get out of there if there is a shooting. And I'm still on my healing journey. Like, I don't think there's any end point, right? We continue to grow and to heal. And I don't know when that's going to end, but despite all of the deaths I pronounced and the members of my family who've been taken from me and the inaction of some of our leaders, I'm still hopeful. I have to be hopeful. And I know that progress like this, it feels like it's too slow, especially when lives are on the line and we continue to lose people every single day. But because of the work that we're doing together, we can continue to make progress. So don't give up, right? I'm calling upon you to keep going, to keep fighting, to be relentless, because we can't quit. We cannot quit. We got them on the run now. We have got them on the run. So I want to honor all of you that have been here tonight. And in this sacred space here, on this night of remembrance, I want to wish you just for a moment, each of you, a moment of peace and strength. And just know that I will stand in solidarity with you until we end the epidemic of gun violence and create a world that our children deserve to inherit. Thank you.
Grab your candles, everybody.
You are not hidden. There's never been a moment you were forgotten. You are not hopeless. Though you have been broken, your innocence stolen, I hear you whisper underneath your breath. I hear your SOS, your SOS. And I will send out an army to find you in the middle of the darkest night. It's true, I will rescue you. There is no distance that cannot be covered over and over. You're not defenseless. I'll be your shelter, I'll be your armor. I hear you whisper underneath your breath. I hear your SOS, your SOS. Oh, I will send out an army to find you in the middle of the darkest night. It's true, I will rescue you. And I will never stop marching to reach you in the middle of the hardest fight. It's true, I will rescue you. I hear the whisper underneath your breath. I hear you whisper you have nothing left. And I will send out an army to find you in the middle of the darkest night. It's true, I will rescue you. And I will never stop marching to reach you in the middle of the hardest fight. It's true, I will rescue you. And I will send out an army to find you in the middle of the darkest night. It's true, I will rescue you.
That concludes the 11th Annual National Vigil for all victims of gun violence. Thank you.